All right, commissioners, we're ready to begin. Just a reminder that you will need to touch your microphone to turn it on when you speak. It's push and hold. So if someone wants to test theirs out right now, now's the time.
Testing.
Perfect. Can you do that again, Cynthia?
Testing.
Yep, we can hear you. Great. Okay, we're ready to start whenever you are.
Good morning. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission appreciates the opportunity to be live in Detroit. We look forward to hearing from you. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:11 a.m. We are live streamed on our YouTube, the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I can hear myself, so it's distracting. I will turn to the Department of State to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call where you are attending remotely from. I will start with Elaine Andrade.
Present.
Thank you. Donna Callahan.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. Can you use the microphone, Commissioner Eade?
Present.
Thank you. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
Rebecca Satella. Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss. 10 commissioners are present, and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of approving the current agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to introduce this portion of the agenda for the City of Detroit Neighborhood Planning Department. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, Detroit, virtually and in person. We're so happy to have each and every one of you here to participate in this democracy process. As the commission continues with its mapping, we thought it would be very important to have someone from the City of Detroit Neighborhood Department to kind of give an overview of the City of Detroit. As you know, a part of the communities of interest deals with historical characteristics, and those historical characteristics deal with neighborhoods. And we're very happy to have Mr. Ray Solomon here from the mayor's team, who's the director of the department, and he will provide a brief overview at this time regarding the neighborhoods, and then open it up to questions to the commissioners. Without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Ray Solomon.
All right, thank you. Again, Ray Solomon II, Director of the Department of Neighborhoods for Mayor Duggan's office. First of all, thank you for having me here. It is definitely a pleasure. So can you see my screen? I hit share screen. Okay, great. So I will hold this and go. I got it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, starting with the Department of Neighborhoods, who we are. We were created to, my slide is not sliding. Oh, there we go. All right, Department of Neighborhoods was created to be the direct link for the City of Detroit's block clubs and community groups, business owners, faith-based leaders, and other residents. We have 14 members in the district. It'll be a district manager and a deputy manager throughout the city district. So there is an elected official, which is the city council person, and then an appointed position, which are the district managers. So our original creation and going forward was to fight blight. So we are over creating block clubs, again, fighting blight. Also, we chair Motor City Makeover, and also we chair Halloween in the D. There's a few pictures of our neighbors participating. So also provided a list of our district managers. Also, this list can be found on the city's website if you ever need to reach out. So that's District 1 and 2 managers and deputy managers, District 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and finally District 7. So I was asked to bring how many recreation centers we have that active. That number is actually 12, not 16. And just put a couple pictures on here and a list of a few of those. Again, this list is on the city's website. So we have Bustle Family Center in District 5, Northwest Activity Center in 2, and the brand new A.B. Ford Lennox in District 4. Also, we have 200 parks that are active. Just a list of a few: Palmer Park, Scripps, and Littlefield, which actually is going through a renovation upgrade again this year. Also, how many historic districts? We have 41 historic districts. There is actually a link here that shows a list there, but just named a few: Boston Edison, Jeff Chalmers, as well as Old Redford. Business interests, a lot of streetscapes have been done across the city. Here are just 2 examples in the Bagley community, and also the Kercheval streetscape, which is at Kercheval and Van Dyke. You can also go to the city's website under the Planning and Development and see the progress of those. Currently, the Dexter streetscape is in progress being done. Now, here are some district maps where we outline the actual boundaries of the neighborhood. So you have O'Hara Park in District 1, Berg Lasher in District 1, as well as Schoolcraft in Southfield, Elijah Howell as well. Again, if you go to the city's website and search interactive maps, interactive neighborhood maps, this will actually populate for you. So that is District 1 of a couple historic districts. District 2, a few historic districts would be Bagley and Dexter Finkel, Greenfield area, College Park, Palmer Woods, State Fair area. District 3, we have Regent Park, we have Farwell area, and down to the bottom left, a strong Bangladesh community is Banglatown, and next door to that will be Buffalo, Davison. So again, if you go to the city's website, you can see these different boundaries for the neighborhoods.
Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Solomon. I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Satella has joined the meeting at 10:21 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. District 4, again, a few historic residents, neighborhoods will be Morningside, East English Village, Cornerstone on the far east, Eden Gardens back towards the west, and at the bottom of the map you see Jeff Chalmers. And District 5, you can see Indian Village, you can see Dexter, Boston Edison, Rivertown down below, Lafayette Park as well, a couple of more historic neighborhoods. And District 6 that has a heavy Hispanic population down in Claytown, Midwest, and Hubbard Farms as well. District 7, where we have Franklin Park, we have the Pride area, Littlefield Community, Narton Park, and others. Also provided a map of the entire city, kind of zoomed out so you can see the neighboring cities. So in District 1 would be far left, would butt up against Redford, Southfield, and Ferndale. Move down to District 2, also butts up against Ferndale. And if you move down towards the east, in District 3, we butt up against East Point. You move down to District 4, that will be up against Grosse Pointe. Move down to District 5, also a bit of Grosse Pointe in downtown, as well as District 6. You have River Rouge. District 7 butts up against Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. So with that, I will open for questions.
I have a question. Will we be able to get these outlines as an overlay for our mapping?
Yes, they are available on the city's website, Interactive Neighborhood Maps, but I also can provide the link after the meeting. I can send it forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions, but thank you very much, Mr. Solomon.
Okay, again, thanks for having me. Well, I can answer the latter part. These maps are represented now of the neighborhoods. I will lean on the commission.
Mr. Solomon was talking about the Detroit neighborhoods, their maps, their districts.
Oh, no, our maps are standing maps that outline the existing neighborhood boundaries. So they are available for both parties to view.
So next on our agenda is public comment period. And without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Woods to review the public comment guidelines. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We want to invite those who want to make public comments to come to the mic when they're called by our MICRC Secretary. But we want to remind you with a few ground rules. First and foremost, this is a civil meeting. You are to address the commission as a whole, not anyone individually, but the commission as a whole. You have up to 90 seconds, I repeat, up to 90 seconds to state what your comments are. It is very helpful if there's a particular community of interest or a boundary that you identify that in your public comments so the commission can follow you and consider your suggestions as a part of the mapping process. We want you to know that we are happy that each and every one of you are here. And if for any reason that you come outside of the guidelines, the chair may give you a caution with regards to that. And if you decide not to follow the guidelines, your mic could be cut off and it would prevent you from having public comment again. We say these guidelines as a way of just showing the process and the rules that we have here. But the intent overwhelmingly is to hear from as many people as possible, whether it's in person or virtually, so that we can have great contribution to this mapping process as it relates to the 7 districts that are in question and those impacted by those changes. Thank you so much. And once again, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Commissioner Janice Follett will facilitate the public comment portion of today's agenda.
Without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to mapping. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the Commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step up to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 90 seconds to address the Commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. Please go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including any specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. And there is a public comment station here tonight, or this morning, with volunteers to assist you in accessing the website if you would like assistance. Additionally, you have a time constraint or don't wish to wait, please use the public comment portal. First in line to provide comment is number 1.
Okay. My name is Mary Ann Fontana. I live in Huntington Woods. And first of all, I want to thank you commissioners for having to go through this process again. I thought you did a pretty good job the first time, but I understand the 7 House districts right now that we're looking at that were outside of the bounds as determined by the Court of Appeals judges. My comment basically is I live in House District number 6, and I think that the map drawing they did in our district was great. I really would like to see that stay intact. So I guess I just really want to encourage you to focus on the 7 districts that you were told to redraw and try to have as little impact, if possible, no impact on the other districts. I know that there are some maps out there that have been provided by Michigan State University and also by Promote the Vote that do try to redraw just pretty much those 7 districts and not have such an impact or any impact, if possible, on the neighboring districts. So I would love you to try to focus on that, and also keep in mind partisan fairness is really important for us and I believe for the people that voted for this back in 2018. So thank you so much for your hard work. Have a good day.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Next in line is number 2. You are now invited to address the Commission.
I'm Nina Abrams from Huntington Woods, and I've been working in the South Oakland area for a long time. And again, you guys are doing a terrific job, and thank you for putting your life on hold while you're working on this. I'm urging you to please review the proposed public maps. Mary Ann, I agree with, is MSU and promote the vote. I'm sure there's others that are of quality. We shouldn't go outside the boundaries of the 7 areas. One of the things I wanted to tell you about, though, that you did so well, is when you broke 8 Mile Road, and we have 5 8 Mile breaks that I've been working with all the commissioners from 8, 7, 6, 5, and 18. It's been really a challenge, and it's wonderful. And it's worked, and we're now thinking regional instead of just county. So I don't want you to be afraid when you're doing 7 and 8 again that you might break the 8 Mile boundary. It worked. And I just think that you have so much work to do. I'm urging you to look at the public maps, which have in fact done all 7 areas without changing anybody else. And I think that's real important. I think partisan fairness, this is your chance to do a better job than a 4, and bring it down and get it fair. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 3.
Good morning. I'm representing the 14th district on the Detroit side, boundaries DeQuinder to Hoover, 8 Mile to 6 Mile. And we're concerned, we do not want to leave out of the 14th district, which is the Farwell umbrella, and we're trying to find out who designed the maps and how can we get a better view of it, because we're just being informed of these meetings last week. Maybe our ignorance, but we need more information, and we need to find out, will we be losing our representation in the House with our state rep? Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 4.
Good morning. My name is Jason Grunwald. I'm from Mount Clemens, but first I'd like to commend the commission for putting your lives on hold. But I'm here truly as an independent, just to ensure these districts are drawn fairly. The St. Clair district, the 12th district already has representation with the state Senate. To have an overlapping House district would most certainly create some sort of overrepresentation, and the people in the area where they're disenfranchised, typically areas historically of color, and it's people from all over need proper representation. We have an obligation here to get this right, not just right for one side or the other, but for everybody. We don't need to waste time coming back and doing this again in a few short years. So if it takes you a little bit longer to get it right and to do your due diligence, then please do so. Try to look at it from every aspect. We're not here for yourselves, but you're here to make sure that democracy is upheld. Typically, you're supposed to start with a joke, and I've still got some time left, even though it's not showing. But I'm going to conclude with some humor. And some of you are going to get it and some aren't, but San Dimas High School football rules. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 5.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Bienemy, and forgive my voice because I've been screaming for the Lions. Wish we had as many folks from the Lions cheering at this MCRC event. But I'm here to represent the city of Detroit. I am a longtime resident and an advocate for Black leadership matters. I would like to give a few public comments on ways that the redistricting process can be more engaging. One, any districts with a Black voting age below 50 plus 1 is unacceptable. Secondly, it's more important to get this done right than to get it done fast. And I understand that you are under an order from the court to make sure that these maps are using partisan fairness. But when you're including this partisan fairness, make sure that the commission accompany any proposed maps with an explanation of how the maps reflect COIs and how any splits are necessary. Reflecting communities of interest does not require as creating careful homogeneous districts. So as we're looking at these maps, and as I was sharing earlier, the City of Detroit is currently working with the City Planning Commission to have maps due by the end of the month. Not just look at the city district boundaries for each community, but look at the future maps in the current maps, and also look at that as an overlaying process of how you can get things done. Look at every possible way that we can create partisan fairness and make sure that we're using VRA to support the maps that you're using. Those are my comments. Thank you for what you're doing, and I appreciate the work that you're putting forth. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 6.
Michael Howard, Detroit native, Warren resident. As you guys are in the process of redrawing these maps, my only request is that they are done so to reflect partisan fairness, but also make sure that you give communities equitable stakes in each district and not splice up communities like Northwest Detroit or the Dequindre-Quet, or even business corridors like the Van Dyke corridor that splits up, that shares between Warren, Centerline, and Detroit. The one thing that just cannot be done is restoring the 8-mile barrier. Anyone that's ever picked up a history book can see quickly how problematic that has been, is detrimental not just to the city of Detroit, to the city of Warren, to Centerline, but it's also detrimental to our region, our country, our state. And so please, when you're redoing these maps, just make sure if a district does dip down into Detroit, make sure those Detroiters have an equitable stake in that district, and it's not just 1/5 of the district or a meaningless portion. I'll end with this on partisanship and fairness. Partisanship brings harsh feelings for fellow Americans. It sees fellow Americans as enemies rather than neighbors. Partisanship brings government inaction or gridlock. It does not allow for good policy to take shape and move through the system to benefit people. Partisanship hates compromise, a concept that gives birth to sound policy and actions in both government and private life. Partisanship breaks us down rather than builds us up. If we have to live in America where we look at partisanship, please make sure it's equitable, please make sure it's fair, and don't restore the 8-mile barrier.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 7.
Hello, guys. I'd like to express gratitude to the commission for working on redrawing the districts, and I appreciate your effort to make a wrong right. During the initial drawing of the maps, a district of the Lake St. Clair Shores interest was established. As a dedicated student at Wayne State University, I am deeply committed to our city. I witnessed firsthand the consequences of the existing district maps. I urge you to leverage your ability to select communities of interest that contribute fair districting. The decision to align St. Clair Shores with Grosse Pointe raises concerns about its impact in partisan fairness, potentially diminishing the voices of individuals like myself. Your thoughtful consideration in this matter is crucial and more inclusive in our representation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 8.
Hello, guys. My name is Carlson Conley, and I just first want to thank the commission for their work. My parents pastor a church in Detroit that is mainly made up of Black people Black Detroiters. They finally had the chance to receive their fair representation when the commission was formed. I want to ask you to prioritize fair maps for people of color and make sure that you also are prioritizing partisan families. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 9.
Good morning, commissioners. It's nice to see you again. I cannot believe that I'm here again. I'm happy to. I also cannot believe that I would miss these meetings. I came to so many in 2021. And when I learned that this whole thing was happening, I felt some pain in my gut, and I can only imagine how you guys felt. So I have 3 messages today. Number 1 is, well, I am Oscar Castañeda, and I'm here representing the largest Latino organization in Southwest Detroit. Our community of interest is the Latino population in Southwest Detroit. 3 messages. 1, really quick, as everybody said, I commend you for your work. Even with all those hiccups and issues, I still believe that this commission is the right way to do things, and I hope that it keeps going. And I'm sure that it's gonna get fixed up to time. Number 2 is we sympathize with the communities who are feeling disenfranchised, and we want to support them as much as we can. And number 3, and probably the most important message for you today is District 1 in the Senate and District 1 in the House are perfect for us. They truly represent our community of interest, and we are super happy with the result. And those new districts that you created are the solution for our community being cracked for the last 20 years. So please keep them the way they are. And the north side, maybe we can work it a little bit, but please keep number 1 House and number 1 Senate as they are, because they solve the problems that we had before. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes the in-person public comment. We're going to move on to the virtual.
You got 10.
Madam Vice Chair.
10. Good morning. My name is Virginia Williams. And what kind of bothered me is that I had to have someone to inform me about this meeting. I drove down here. I want you to remember that being selected is no different than being elected. You're making decisions that will impact people all across Michigan. It appeared to me, watching and paying attention to what has taken place previously, that the black votes were watered down. That is unfair. It is very difficult to celebrate such a great hero in our land, Martin Luther King, with what took place then. I would ask you to not pay attention to the empty room, but pay attention to the broken hearts and the disenfranchised people that it will affect if these maps are not drawn in fairness. I appreciate the 3 young individuals that came and spoke. Listen to them. They're our generation. Just because the room is not full, as I said, there's a lot of people watching and paying attention. I would ask that you would move forward with contacting churches and community organizations as you do during election time, that this room would be full. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We're going to move on to virtual public comment. Individuals who signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press the *6 to unmute. I will call on you by name or by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues and we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remark when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Nada excuse me if I say this wrong, Hanauti?
That participant is not present.
They're not here? Okay, next in line is Ginny Prius.
Hi, my name is Ginny Preuss, and I live in Plymouth, and I'm a member of the Voting Access for All Coalition. Thank you for your hard work and dedication over the past 4 years. It's inspiring to see a cross-section of citizens working together to support democracy for all in Michigan. My hope is that you continue to work together as a group to resolve this current challenge you face. The Voting Access for All Coalition does voter outreach, helping citizens understand their voting rights, how they can vote, and the importance of their vote. When there is complexity, confusion, and delayed information, it can discourage people from voting. Given this is the case, I'm here today asking that you complete the mapping process in an efficient and timely manner. To that end, I ask that you consider maps submitted by the public that are accompanied by analysis and data rather than starting from scratch. Please fix the problems identified in the court's ruling to improve the opportunity of historically marginalized communities to elect the candidates of their choice while maintaining or improving the maps against the other criteria. Please do not redraw any districts outside of those included in the court's ruling. It's my understanding the districts can be redrawn to meet the requirements of the court's ruling while leaving the surrounding districts intact, and that many experts will be submitting maps that fulfill all 7 of the constitutionally required criteria without trading them out for each other. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Sandra Sorini Elzer. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sandra Sorini Elzer. I'm a volunteer with Voters Not Politicians, and I've been a resident of Michigan since 1976 and a volunteer with Voters Not Politicians since 2020. I was one of the people who helped get the ballot proposal passed to create the commission, and I'm so proud of you for the work you've done. I followed your work since the beginning and appreciate everything you've done and are continuing to do to create fair maps for Michigan's voting districts. I understand that experts from MSU and Promote the Vote have drafted maps where the 7 districts that need to be revised can be redrawn using all 7 constitutional criteria without affecting any other voting districts. I hope the commission will make an effort to not change the lines for other districts. That way, the new maps will be as disruptive to as few voters and representatives as possible. Thank you for your service to the people of Michigan. You're making it possible for voters and their communities of interest to choose their representatives based on the fair constitutional criteria. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, yes, thank you very much. James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. Since a supermajority of white people accomplished this racial gerrymandering, let me personally apologize to you for their shenanigans. The manner in which the white commissioners are performing their duties is not, I repeat, is not consistent with the values of white people in the United States of America, because our values are contained in the United States Constitution of 1776 as amended and Robert's Rules of Order newly revised in 2020. The biggest problem today is that Secretary Benson and the MICRC were instructed to follow Robert's Rules of Order by Mike Brady before you started in September of 2020, and you did not. I repeat, you did not follow Robert's Rules of Order from the very beginning until today. On page 366, line 8, Robert's Rule says there shall be no debate before a motion with proper support to approve a specific action. Parliamentary common law in the United States allows you only one yes or no question at a time, and your statements must be germane to the immediately pending motion. Yet you still have no motions to approve the new court-ordered maps to replace the previously racially gerrymandered maps. Also, in closing, the constitutional amendment of Prop 2 of 2018 did not create, I repeat, did not create the MICRC, as Commissioner Zatella has alleged in writing in the vacate document. It merely redesigned, retooled, and renamed the Commission on Legislative Apportionment to establish, I repeat, establish.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is, I have Nada El Hunini's back on the list. Is she here now? Okay, next in line is Mona Waarni.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
Nada is available. Nada, you're unmuted. Feel free to start.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so sorry, I was under Mgage. My Zoom usually goes on Mgage for my work. Hello, everyone. My name is Nada Al-Hanouti. I'm with Mgage Foundation. We are a nonprofit that focuses on civic engagement and mobilization, dedicated to strengthening and engaging Muslim Americans in the political process. We recognize that Muslim is home to many diverse populations of Muslims with different needs. For those of you who don't know, Dearborn is home to one of the largest Arab Muslim populations in the country. Dearborn has a population of about 100,000 people, and at least 54,000 are Arab or Muslim. According to our Mgage voter data, the majority of our Muslim population resides in Southeast Michigan. Dearborn is home to 22,000 registered voters, and according to our data, most reside from precincts 1 to 23 in the south and east side of Dearborn, making up 17,000 of the voting population. The east and south end of Dearborn share more than ethnicity and faith. They are a community that shares similar adversity and are severely marginalized with, like most BIPOC and immigrant communities. Keeping this particular community interest intact is vital to serving their needs. We urge your commission not to divide the community. Splitting the community would be unjust because we need to ensure they have the proper representation and municipal services to meet their needs. Keeping this community together will help organizations like us and Access provide the appropriate service to build power and agency regardless of their circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mona Mawahi. Please a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for your time and the important work you're doing. I want to talk about districts 3 and 15, which represent a large Arab American and Middle Eastern population. I urge the commission to keep districts 3 and 15 intact. They already do a great job of representing the Middle Eastern community. The commission did a great job of ensuring minority representation in these districts. Keeping districts 3 and 15 intact increases our community's chance at having more House reps. And changing them deprives us of the representation we deserve. So again, please don't change districts 3 and 15 and keep Melvindale in District 3 to preserve this community's voting power. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Dustin Witches. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
All right, good morning, everybody. So I've kind of been AWOL here, but I was able to review some of the meetings that you had last week. I wanted to start off by saying You're doing a fine job making the changes that you're making. However, you should only be changing the districts that are indeed challenged in the court order. The egregious changes that some commissioners are making go well and far beyond what is required, and that needs to be stopped by the rest of you. Second, and my last piece of comment I want to give today is that one commissioner in particular stated that they knew more about the Dearborn area than Commissioner Ede. That's laughable at best, and those kind of comments need to stop. So the person who would know the most about that particular area would be him, and I would implore each and every one of you to take his comments about the Dearborn area to heart. Thank you, and I'll be back later this afternoon.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Samara Luman. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Samara Lookman, 30+ year resident of Dearborn, Michigan. I want to thank the commissioners for their time. On behalf of the Arab American community of interest, I'm urging the commission to keep districts 3 and 15 as they had been originally drafted in 2022 and without changing them. Both districts provide an adequate representation of our COI and give us a chance of having equitable representation in the state. Changing the boundaries for these districts, as is unofficially being advocated for by some bad actors, accomplishes 2 things and 2 things only. 1, concentrating Arab Americans into a new district, and 2, diluting the significant COI's population in excluded areas, specifically Melvindale and Dearborn Heights. Essentially, what this means is that the proposed changes to these districts would be gerrymandering in and of itself, specifically to deny Arab Americans in Dearborn Heights and in Melvindale from ever having an equitable chance of having minority representation, and ensuring that our growing community, which is the fastest growing minority in the entire county, will only be guaranteed a maximum of 1 representative, whereas we currently stand a chance of having 3. This is by definition what redistricting at its foundational elements sought to abate and prevent, and is something that our community is not oblivious to. If changes as indicated do transpire and the commission bends to the pressures of bad faith actors who would seek to provide nominal representation to Arab Americans, I can promise you that it will not go unchallenged in the courts if needed. As the courts have already fundamentally upheld districts 3 and 15 as legally viable, we are asking you not to touch these districts, and that the courts only instructed you to change.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Alex McGuire. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Alex McGuire. I'm connecting remotely from Sterling Heights. I'd like to thank the commission for their hard work making sure that the voices of all Michiganders are heard. I'm concerned that there hasn't been enough consideration of the partisan fairness data that the commission has available in drafting the new lines. I'd especially prefer that the commission only redraw those districts that the court overturned. Our state's constitution places partisan fairness above municipal boundaries and compactness, and I greatly agree. But I do truly believe that we can follow the court's rulings and have partisan fairness. I don't see the two as mutually exclusive. Again, thank you so much for your hard work and for listening to me. Have a good day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah, are there any more in person?
Does anyone else wish to provide public comment today? No more in person.
That concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov or submit public comments on the mapping portal off the commission's website at www.michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
Next on the agenda is the mapping process by the commission. And I believe that I am up because Commissioner Muldoon finished his turn on Thursday. Does anyone else remember differently? Okay, for my turn, I think I would like to take a look at the maps we have worked on so far.
Chair Warren. I don't mean to interrupt, but could I just motion for a quick 5 or 10 minute recess?
Sure, we can take a 5-minute break. We will be back at 11:05. It's 11:08. Can everyone take their seat? Okay, are the mappers ready to start?
Now I'm cold. I thought she said we were.
Kent, are you going to share your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'd like to just take a look at the maps we've worked on so far.
So on your screen, it's by date and then version number.
Okay, well, I'd like to just start with the first one and go through, but we don't need to open the original copies, I guess, because we often made a copy and then changed it a little bit.
Yes, that's what I suggest. This is a copy of the last one, version 6, and that's a complete plan. Version 5 was also done in the evening of 118, and that's a partial plan. Which one do you want to start with?
The complete plan, I guess. From my recollection, we kind of have two maps, basically. One changes just the districts in question and a few around, and the other one changes a lot of districts. So I want to see one of each of those.
Madam Chair, this is, somebody's going to have to look at it and tell me, exactly which one it is. I'll zoom in to get a better.
Okay, thank you.
It just autobound shut down and lost a connection. Let me start it back up.
Okay, thanks.
So this is the origin of this plan was the 118 version 6. I don't know if this, is exactly what y'all wanted or this.
I just want to look at all of them, so we'll take a look around here.
So this plan has the 5 and 6 edit, and then 1, 2. This shows an edit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
Madam Chair?
Yeah. Yes.
If it's helpful, my records reflect that version 6 from the 18th was the map that Commissioner Lang was last working on.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, then can we look at another map? I think the one that Commissioner Muldoon was working on last was version 5.
Correct.
This plan here, I'll copy it and rename it.
Is this the one that had certain districts locked?
When we copy it, they all become unlocked.
Do we know if the version 5, the one that you copied, was it the one that had the districts locked?
So, sorry, version 5 was the one, if you can follow me here, there's kind of a trail going back. So if you recall, Commissioner Eade made an offshoot of the locked version that had differences with Harper Woods. And then Commissioner Callum made a copy of that one, which I believe the districts were locked, where she deleted several districts out. So that's what this one is.
So on this one, 5 and 6 have also been changed. So I'm looking for one where we weren't changing very many districts besides the ones that we have to change. Do we know which one that is?
There were 2 versions where I believe the districts were locked. It would be the one Commissioner Eade created, which, as I said, reflected changes in the Harper Woods area. And that would be 11824 V4. We might pull that one up and see if that is the correct one.
Is that what this one is, Kent?
Yes, this is the 118 V4.
It looks like there are changes in that one as well.
So this appears to have at least some of the.
Commissioner Eade?
Perhaps I can be of some assistance. We have a couple different versions right now. We have this one that makes changes to the 7 districts that were struck down by the court, plus districts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the left side there. This one does have that copy with the different configuration with Grosse Pointe and Harper Woods or Grosse Pointe with St. Clair Shores. I believe the one you are looking for currently is 11824 version 1. That map had the districts locked except for districts 4, 13, and 9.
Yes, that is what I would like to see.
So yes, the best I recall, the only edits to this plan is to is to okay. The edits here are one. I think there was some done in was it done in 3 or is it just 1, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe you said that right. Okay. So on this one, this is not the one Brittany was working on the other day, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can we overlay that one that we were working on with this one? I don't know which version it's called, though.
Are you referring to the one that Commissioner Kellum drew during the last mapping session?
Yes.
Okay, that would be version 5 from the 18th.
So Kent, let me just explain what I would like to see. I would like to see that plan we were just on where we interfered with as few districts as possible, besides the ones that we have to. But then I would like to see an overlay of that district that Brittany was working on, because several commissioners agreed that that was a good configuration for the Detroit area. So I'd like to see that overlay on there.
So this is the copy of 118 V5. Now I'm going to bring in as an overlay the previously mentioned plan.
Commissioner Orton, just confirming if you wanted the overlay of the plan Brittany was working on.
I would rather have it that direction if we can do it that direction.
I think you have it flipped then.
All right, we'll just look at it so we'll know.
Okay.
So at this point, I think we're looking at what was the version 5 is filled in color, and then version 1 from the 18th is the in red lines overlaid. Where do we want to start? I mean, what do we want to be editing?
What I would like is to switch that so that the map we're looking at is the overlay. Switch them.
I can do that. So essentially, you want to be editing that version 1 and not the version 5. Is that where we're at?
Yes, so if you can make a copy of that one, and then the overlay from the other.
Bear with me. Madam Chair, I think this is what we want to be looking at. Is this what was desired?
Yes, looks like it. Okay, let me just look at this a minute. Okay, I think I would just like to work on this in the meantime, because it will take a lot of reconfiguration. So see what I can do about this, and I will pass the time to the next commissioner, which is Commissioner Zatella.
Can you guys hear me? There we go. Kent, you can go ahead and save and close this map. Do we have partisan fairness available yet? Do we have the ability to run the partisan fairness with the 2022 data yet?
Yes, Madam Chair. We do have, but I don't think we have run it on these machines here. So it is just about ready to run. We can run it over our lunch break and double check for you.
Okay, so in that case, I'll give you a list of 3 maps I would like you to run partisan fairness on. In the meantime, Kent, if you can open up 01-17-24V3.
Are we wanting to make a copy of it and then edit it?
Absolutely. We're not going to focus in the Detroit area, so you can turn the neighborhoods off. All right, so I want to focus on 18 and 6. This is the Detroit, the Jewish, this is the Jewish community of interest that I had changed in another map that I want to reunite in this map at the request of Robert Dindoffer. So we're going to look at Southfield, and we're going to take that municipality of Oak Park, that's immediately to the east of it, and we're going to add it into 18. And I'm sorry, Kent, what version did you save this as?
I'm sorry, with the point now, we're going to move all of this Oak Park area into 18?
Yes, please. You can just do it by the home municipality if that's easier. Okay, and that last little bit of 6, that's Royal Oak Township, if you could just reunite that with 7.
Including this part of 7?
Yeah, you're gonna, so that's actually a separate township, it's Royal Oak Township, that little chunk next to it, yeah, right there.
Into 18?
No, I wanted those to go into 7. So Royal Oak Township, which is just those 2 precincts, into 7. Okay, now we're gonna go to the north, oh yeah, if you could assign that into 18.
So apparently, this precinct and that precinct, that area are the same precincts. I'll have to do it by census block, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, I would just use the blocks, unfortunately, and put that into 18. All right, if that's good, we're going to go up to the border of, near the top of 6 and 18. We're going to grab those precincts that are currently in 18 and put them into 6.
Is that the correct area?
Yes, please, and you can actually take it out, that entire yellow area going west.
Is that the desired change?
Yeah, can you expand the active matrix a little bit? Because I can see the percentages now, but I can't see the number, and it would be helpful to just have that the differential. Thank you. If we can pull the map up, there we go. So I now want you to continue into 18 and pull Bingham Farms and those precincts along there into 6.
This area here?
Yes, so you're going to start there, go all the way to the west, and then grab that little divot of Bingham Farms that pushes down into Southfield.
Too much? Or-
No, that's good. So go ahead, grab all that, and then you can grab the block, or you can just assign, that's fine as well. So yes, continue grabbing population, because we need to balance these out. So just go farther down. Yep, grab that block. There you go. And then I believe last time we just went all the way across to the east and grabbed those 3 precincts. Nope. Right there. So all the way across there and line up with what you have selected. And I believe that should be the right amount. That's way too much.
Okay, let me do some edits here.
So back out some of that. So just grab the easternmost areas first. Yeah, there you go.
Including, this is part of that precinct, or do we want to do all of this township?
Let's assign that one first, and then we'll see how much is in that next area. So that's within deviation, so if you could just save this plan, and if you could let me know what the name of the version is, I would appreciate it.
The name of this plan is 01-2224_V2_HD_COL.
Okay, and then for the purposes of the public record, I'm trying to reunite the Jewish community of interest between Southfield and Oak Park. And that's the end of my turn. Thank you.
So next commissioner is Janice Follett.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, then it's Aaron Wagner's turn.
So thank you. Which map were we working on? Cynthia, there was one you were working on last week, and I thought it was version 4, where it appeared District 4 was completely landlocked and we had to scoot that population over. Does anybody remember which version that is?
Is that the one Commissioner Kellum was working on?
I don't know if it was. I know Cynthia had left it on her turn. And I don't recall which version it was. It was in my notes. Those are.
Meaning I worked on it, or
You worked on it, Cynthia. It was the one you were.
I believe I was working on version 4 at some point.
That's what I thought it was, but could you bring that up just so we could take a look at it, please, Kat? Thank you.
So this is a copy of it. And then I see districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 are edited.
And what's the population in District 4? Just
District 4 is, the population is 92,198, which is 0.64% above ideal.
this one to me, and looking at it all, it looks good. That's not the one I was thinking about. Honestly, Cynthia, unless you have things you wanted to do on your turn that you wanted to incorporate Commissioner Kellum's, this is not the map that I was thinking of.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think version 5 was Commissioner Kellum's changes.
Audubon nudges like Heinz ketchup, anticipation.
It shut down again. I'm restarting it.
I believe it's the one that says PM after V5.
So this plan doesn't have a District 1, but I do believe that District 8 is the district that Ms. Cullum was working on.
And where's our population? Because right now we're seeing, thank you.
So District 4 is 0.64% above ideal, and District 5 is 14.5% under ideal, whereas District 8 is 5.9% over.
Does anybody have any good ideas between swinging 8's population into 5, since 5 was decreased? And I think, is that your area up there, Anthony?
I'm more downtown, but there was, Commissioner Cullum worked on this in the morning, and then in the afternoon, she worked further on this to make version 5 PM that has that area mostly filled in. So I don't know, are you trying to edit this one, or are you trying to edit the PM version that had most of this unassigned area filled in?
I would not like to mess with Commissioner Kellum's edits. So
I see.
I would just like to keep rolling on whatever map we're electing to do. Or I can pass.
Well, it looks like 5 needs more population, and 8 has a little bit too much. 5 borders 8. So if you overlay the neighborhood map, you might be able to add a neighborhood from 8 into 5.
Well, that's what I was wondering up on that top left-hand side of 8. So which map do we have that is almost ready to go that everyone has been collaborating on? Changing the least amount of districts.
Was that just renamed to 0122 version 1?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what plan do you want opened at this time?
Aaron, we think that it's today's date version 1.
Let's go ahead and try that one then. That's the one you started with, isn't it, Cynthia?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, it was opened up and created, but there's no edit. There hasn't been any editing done to it.
Okay.
Where would you like to start, Commissioner?
That's a good question because it looks like we need to swing population from 1 into, what is that? 7, 8, and 9?
Essentially, yes.
So let's I can see 9. Where's 7 and 8 real quick, Kent? Way up there. All right, so let's start on the east side of 1 and see what we can do without screwing with Detroit neighborhoods and communities of interest. So Juanita, if you can help out too, that would be awesome. And you're muted, hon, if you said anything.
Yeah, I'm looking at everything, and I guess one of the things that's so confusing is the maps. There's so many maps, and we're not putting them in our head which is which. So
Well, I tell you, it's easier to remember names of trees than versions of maps and with dates. So I got you there.
too.
So we have to swing population from 1 back into 9, and then thank you. Back into 9 and then subsequently up into 8.
You know, I would probably do even Delray and that central, I can't even see it hardly, that central, I guess it's Mexican town. I would probably put it in 9 because Delray is really not, they probably got about 10 houses over there, maybe a little more, a little less. And just put it with someone, put it up in probably 9, if possible.
So you're talking like Delray and the Hubbard Farms Mexican Town and West Side Industrial.
Yeah,
because in 1.
Because Delray doesn't really have any houses in it. It's been cut up and redid, and there's all kind of expressways over there now, and it's really not even a neighborhood hardly.
Right.
So,
So go ahead and catch Delray in that too, Kent, and let's see what the population is, if you would,
yeah,
please.
let's see if you could just move that up. Because to keep Delray, it looks like a lot of space, but it doesn't have any really homes in it, hardly. Very, very, very few. They taken out even the markets and the I think they had a place where women can go for help and stuff. That's gone over there, and it's
So
a
is it
lot.
gonna matter if we put Carbon Works in with that?
It probably would not
Okay.
matter if you take Carbon Woods and Delray and all of them, move them up to maybe Hubbard Farms and Central Southwest if possible.
Because we don't want to landlock Oakwood Heights though either. And it looks like, yeah,
That's Carbon Works. I'm not familiar with that name.
I don't know, this is what, southwest of Delray?
Yeah, take Delray and move it up to probably Hubbard Farms and Mexican Town, along with Carbon Works. I don't think Carbon Works is there very many houses open at Carbon Works? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the name at all. I'm surprised. Is it near almost downtown Detroit?
Commissioner Muldoon, do you have any comment about that area?
No.
I think, well, you could probably put Delray in Hubbard and West Side Industrial and even closer to Corktown because they're relatively close and there's like I said, it's not a lot of neighborhoods left in Delray at all.
So Kent, what about Oakwood Heights, Boyntown, and the ones to the south of Carbon Works? Because otherwise we will have those an issue not being contiguous with one.
So move Oakwood Heights, Boyntown, Base, and River Rouge area into 9.
I believe so. Can you just catch what kind of population we got there that we're working with, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Because that leaves 13,000.
I know the Boynton area and the River Rouge area, they have quite a few contiguous interests there, and plus they're very close together.
The highlighted area contains 13,661 people, which would make District 1 pretty close to ideal deviation.
I would say go ahead and move them in there.
Yeah.
Please, Kent. Is anyone aware of any communities of interest we're cutting into doing this?
I don't think it's that much of community's interest. What's in Carbon Works? Anthony, do you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we were working on this the other day, we were trying to make a district that combined the downriver areas with the Claytown area and up west of that.
You see, I'm downriver. I'm in the Boynton area, but I'm not familiar with that area.
No, right, that's what I'm saying. I think we were trying to make separate districts for the downriver industrial area and the downtown area. Because now 9 goes downriver up through Belle Isle and then up north up to Gateway.
I don't think the downriver area should go that far up.
Plus, you've split parts of Southwest Detroit, Mexican Town into.
Well, Mexican Town is not far from my home. How many maps do we have to have? Because we just worked on so many till it's look like we're tearing apart what we've already done. Um, is there a number that we should possibly make, or we just continuously making maps?
That's up to us, Juanita.
Okay. Uh, well, maybe if you could just take Delray and move it to the West Side Industrial and Hubbard and Mexican Town, keep all those together instead of having so many little pieces. Take those out, make them all into either Central, Southwest, or Hubbard Farms, and then put Corktown, leave it by itself.
Was that
You keep
directed
all
at
those,
me?
if you could take Hubbard, West Side Industrial, and Central, and Delray, and make them all one. See what that looks like? Don't you kind of think, Anthony, those all kind of stick together? They're kind of clustered together anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, I think how it was before was better, and I would say maybe going the other way for the population needed on District 9 might be a better strategy.
Well, there's really no population in District 9. That's what I'm saying. There's very few homes in 9, as far as Delray goes.
No, no, but I'm
Carbon
talking
Works,
about,
Carbon Works is where? Where is Carbon Works? Is that the end of Delray going towards what? South? I'm not familiar with that name at all. I know where it is. I see it on the map, but I'm just. Well, if you keep maybe we haven't done this. Let's keep Delray, Carbon Works, and River Rouge together then, because they kind of connect. The Jefferson kind of keeps them contiguous. So Delray, Carbon Works, and River Rouge can stay together, more or less.
Okay, here's 9. Carbon Works, Delray, Mexican Town, Hubbard Richard is in 9. River Rouge is in 9. Boynton and Oakwood Heights are also in 9.
Where was Boynton before 9? Did we
It
change
was
Boynton? Where were we before 9? Boynton area.
Boynton and Oakwood Heights were in 1.
Oh, well, we need to be back in 1. That's where I'm at. I like the way we were. And there's plenty of homes over here.
Just one moment, and I'll put them back in one.
Still say River Rouge and Ecorse want to stay together. You could take Boynton, Carlin Works. Mhm.
We have the neighborhoods are slightly split up. We can fix them, if that's what you want to do at this point, or continue working and then come back and clean them up.
Okay.
At this point, River Rouge is in District 1, Ecorse is in District 2.
Well, they kind of, River Rouge and Ecorse always wanted to be together for some reason. Um, I really don't want to split them up. But this is not the map that I originally worked on, is it? This is Aaron's work.
From what I understand, Juanita, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, is this was the one that Cynthia started working on this morning, incorporating Brittany's moves for Detroit last week.
Oh, well, I like to kind of keep mine the way I did it, the one that I started on, but I mean,
So I'd just like to get our
yeah,
population,
yeah.
but without destroying the COIs, so.
Right, and I know that River Rouge and Ecorse wanted to stay together.
Correct.
And I know that Melvindale and Ellen Parker are kind of connected in a way. So,
So I think you're gonna have to keep River Rouge and Ecorse together,
yeah, they want to be together.
but we're still gonna have to pull population from one to put it into both, 9 and 7 at this point, it looks like.
And also District 8, so you have 7, 8, and 9 are all three low.
Right. So what do you want to do, Anita? Do you want to keep River Rouge and E-course with 9? There's that, what is that blue line there, Kent, between River Rouge and the east or west side of 1?
Yeah, you can keep Ecosse River Rouge with 9.
So that pale blue line you see right there above River Rouge is the township boundary.
Okay.
You talking about that one?
Yeah, that pale line between River Rouge and, say, Melvindale.
Okay.
Put River Rouge into 2.
Well, we'll be open to the public where they can tell us if they don't like it. They can kind of sound us off later on or tomorrow and let us know if they don't agree. I mean, everybody is not going to be happy, unfortunately.
No, but we would like to do.
We want to make them all as pleasantly happy as we can. So,
Yeah.
you know.
I think River Rouge and Ecourse definitely need to remain together.
Yeah,
My question is to the west side of the township line, does that need to stay with River Rouge, or would that make sense coming down as part of 1? You see what I'm saying?
Let it stay to the west side a bit. What would that be? Boynton area?
Boynton and Oakwood Heights. And I remember there was some kind of public comment on Boynton, but it was so long ago, I don't remember where they go.
I wish you could remember because that's just where I'm sitting at in the Boynton area.
Right.
And,
But I think E-course or River Rouge has to definitely go with the E-course.
you know, it's just so ironic that even Oakwood Heights, Melvindale, all of them are so contiguously connected as far as distance. But I imagine in their own ways they have different interests.
Commissioner Eade has a comment.
If you're trying to just normalize the population between these districts, I would suggest starting at District 8 because you need population in District 8, and then you can move south into District 9 and into District 1 by kind of just shifting folks on the borders of those districts from the neighborhoods from one district to another.
Well, I think we definitely want to keep River Rouge and E-course together on this one, and then we can go ahead and skip over to, what was that, 8?
Right, but on this one, District 2 is locked.
Well, that stinks.
Where's District 2 at on there?
Right below you in the green.
Okay. Okay, I see.
So just on a related or unrelated note, we were supposed to break for lunch at noon, and I know the interpreters count on those breaks. So Commissioner Orton, could we break for lunch and then pick up after?
Yes, we can do that. So we will be back from lunch at 1:15. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting back to order at 1:17. And we are still on Commissioner Wagner's turn.
Can we zoom back in on where we were working, Kent, please?
Just a moment, I'm gonna get this. I need to get the Zoom meeting. Commissioner Wagner, this is right where we left off.
Anthony, there's a lot of talk about leaving Melvindale with Dearborn. Does that include Dearborn? Because Dearborn looks like it's 3 on that one. Is that?
Dearborn is 3. That's the district they were speaking about.
All right. Where to next, Miss Juanita?
Okay, if we put, Boynton, Oakwood Heights, Carbon Works, and Delray together, how many, what's the population there? Kent, is that too many? Leave River Rouge and Ecorse together, take Boynton, Carbon Works, Oakwood Heights, and Delray. If we add those together, would it be too, overly populated, or will we be around the target?
We can see, let me see what we have.
You might have to unlock 2 first, Kent.
At this point, I was just going to get the numbers to have an idea on what it would be. The highlighted area, including the E-course, is 30,351 people.
Okay, you said Boynton, Ecorse, and what?
Boynton, E-course, River Rouge, Oakwood Heights, Carbon Works, Delray, and this is part of this area up here, is 30,351.
And we can go as high as 91,000, is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, let's just take it up some more. Let's do Central Southwest. Can you give me more of the screen on the upper?
Okay, now E-course is locked because it's part of District 2. Do you want me to unlock District 2?
Only if E-course and River Rouge can stay together with what I'm calling out now, just to kind of get an average of the population and just to see what it would look like if all of us was kind of, because we're kind of like walk a couple blocks, you're over in each one of them. So, you know.
The hell. So why not add River Rouge to 2?
Yeah, because you know, River Rouge and Ecorse, they're like cousins. They want to be stuck together. And I understand it because they're like got a lot of contiguous things in common.
So let's try unlocking 2 and add River Rouge to E-course there, and then put Boynton, Oakwood Heights, and Carbon Works into 9.
Delray, Spring Wells, let's just take it up because you know what? We're all like right in that line. It's like a straight line up. So let's see what that looks like. I don't think it's been done yet, so maybe they'll shoot it down if they don't like it. They can shoot it down tonight or tomorrow.
So with River Rouge in District 2 with E-course, that makes District 2 5.7% high. And District 1 is still 6%, 6.7% high.
So if you add those together, what do we get? What kind of population do we get?
Boynton and Oakwood Heights together is 6,500 people. Currently, it's in District 1. Do you want to put that in District 2, or do we want to put E-course and River Rouge into District 1?
I want to keep E-course and River Rouge in whatever district they're in now. What is that, 1?
It can be 1. Is that the intent?
I can't see where was it at first? Do you remember, Aaron?
Previously,
E-course was with 2 and River Rouge was with 1. And I remember E-course and River Rouge wanted to stay together. So if E-course is in 2 and lot 2, stick River Rouge in with E-course.
Okay. And I was thinking that if we just took E-course, River Rouge, Boynton, Carbon Works, Spring Wells, Delray, Oakwood Heights, if we keep that whole area on the side there, what would the population be? Because it's like on one whole strip, you know, they're like a strip, like, you know.
We'll put Boynton,
Boynton,
Heights,
and put 2 in 1. Can we put 2 in 1? Boynton and River Rouge in 1 in 2. In 1, I'm sorry, in 1, along with Boynton, Oakwood Heights, Carbon Works, and see how much is the population with that. Add in Delray if we need some more.
1's over. 2 is over. 9.
What's that look like, Kent?
let me get this. Part of Lincoln Park is over here, so I need to cut that out.
Okay. Because Lincoln Park can be a part of Milverdale. And
At this point, District 2 is down 12.3%.
So maybe District 2, Lincoln Park, Allen Park could go into Southgate.
Could you repeat that, please? Allen Park, Lincoln Park, and then what?
Southgate, can they kind of be hooked up together? Allen Park, Lincoln Park, and Southgate and Wyandotte together, or is that too much?
So you're saying put them in 27?
Just put them in 2.
Okay, so you want Southgate,
Southgate,
which is
Wyandotte, with Lincoln Park and Allen Park.
at that point, you're taking, Southgate is currently in 27. If we, it'll make 27 that much lower.
We actually have to take population from 1 and put it in 2. Where else is the population from 1 coming from? Or is it?
I thought we, ooh, it's so hard.
Because we still have roughly 22,000 left over. Or 12,000 left over in 1 that will have to go somewhere else.
Well, we kind of wanted to keep 1, Ecorse, River Rouge, Boynton, and Oakwood Heights and Carbon Works. I thought in that little bit of Delray, whatever's up, it's not that many houses in Delray. Can you see what that population comes up to? And let it be 1.
Okay, do we want to leave Southgate in 27 or put it in 22?
Which one is the lowest?
The population for Southgate is just 1.27% low.
I would personally leave that alone, Juanita.
Okay, let's leave it alone for now, then. I'll accept Aaron's, y'all pulling me into this. I didn't know it was my turn yet, but I
It's
don't
not,
mind.
I'm sorry, I don't know Detroit very well.
Well,
And
I kind of know it very well. I'm just trying to, trying to get us a good equal population and keeping us all keeping them all contiguous. All of them are, what I'm naming out, Aaron, are contiguous.
right.
Springwells, River Rouge, Ecorse.
I understand. I don't know. Would it make more sense to put Boynton and Oakwood Heights in with Melvindale? And
No,
then, I'm sorry?
no.
Okay.
I think Melvindale is like a Ecorse and River Rouge thing. Melvindale and what was that? Melvindale and Allen Park kind of do their own thing. They're kind of. I keep getting tickets in Melvindale. I don't like Melvindale. No, I'm teasing.
Okay, let's see where we can switch one population into 2 then.
Well, you can add Melvindale. Can you add Melvindale? No, yeah. Can you add Melvindale to Allen Park in 2?
We can do that.
Yeah. Let's try Melvindale into 2. And then just keep Boynton, Oakwood Heights, Ecorse, River Rouge, and Delray Springwells together.
I need to unlock District 3 at this point.
Where's 3 at? I don't even see it. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
So with Melvindale in District 2, District 2 is now 1.7% high. And District 3 needs approximately 11,000 people. District 9 needs approximately 7,800.
Aaron, you want to tackle that? Ah, what do you think, Aaron? What should we do? Take your voice, open your voice up, Aaron.
Oops.
Your voice.
Whoops, yeah, I was muted, sorry. So we have to take population from 1 and put it in 3, 9, and 12. So
From 1?
From 1 into 3, because we have 23,000 over in 1. We're
So maybe
10,000, almost 11,000 shy in 3, and 9 is almost 8,000 shy. So
can you take Spring Wells? How many is that in Spring Wells, Kent? If we take Spring Wells,
Yes, Springwell is,
and put that in
that
3,
area is roughly 13,000.
how much is that helping? Or it's over?
That's part of Carbon Works though, so we'd have to change that. It'd probably be more like 11,000.
What you think, Aaron? Is that pretty good?
well, I'm wondering if you back out just a little bit, Kent. Anthony, does it make more sense to take an upper portion of 1 and put it in with Dearborn? Because I see like Dearborn there.
No, it doesn't make sense to
Well,
me.
if you're gonna take Melvindale out of 3, then, and this is what we have in a couple of the other plans as well, but it makes sense to put the rest of Dearborn into 3 to make up for that population difference.
That's what I was thinking.
Mhm. Okay. That sounds pretty good. Portion of Melvindale into Dearborn.
Well, if you moved that, Kent, that would put us roughly 2,000 over in 3, I think. If I saw it correctly, we had those all highlighted before.
Okay, we can do it one at a time, and you want to put this 4,335 into 3?
I believe so, yes, if we're excluding Melvindale from Dearborn.
Okay,
Makes sense to you like that.
so you need 6,500. How you go about doing that is you need, roughly 2 or 3 of these precincts along here.
And Anthony, where's the dividing line? Is there one that's going to be a problem in the area, the Arab American community? Where that line is?
Well, the city is that thick black line.
Okay,
You see, it's kind of, it curves, it's like straight.
right,
it
and then curves, okay.
Yeah, that's the line right there.
Now, is that going to cause a problem if we move that over?
I'd have to see how many people are in there, but you also have districts 8 and 9 that have different populations as well.
Right. We're working on swinging it. So let's go ahead and move those in to District 3, Kent, if those are out of 1.
At this point, District 3 is just 0.86% low.
And we're way over still on 1 and 8. And where's our mass deficit in the next district? So our mass deficit of people where we're over in 1. So we have to move 1 population into 8 and 9. Anybody else want to take a crack at that?
You can move, to get to 8, you can go from 1 to 9 to 8 or 1 to 4 to 8. Either way.
Juanita, should we call it quits on this round?
If you're talking about moving,
Because we have to shift the population from 1 up through 8 and 9.
you know, that's, I think that would be more of Anthony's call, wouldn't it, Anthony? Because you know more about Dearborn. I know Dearborn stretches a long ways from south to north.
Yeah, so that's over in 3 to the left there.
Mhm.
We're shifting 1, and my fear is if we shift like Chadsey and was it Condon there into 1, we're gonna create an issue for these on the top border of 3.
I don't think about, I wouldn't shift Chatsey into that. I'm just trying to, Dearborn is kind of large now. I mean, the population is large. And they almost, can't they hold their own almost, Anthony? Without getting too much extra help in it.
One more time, Commissioner Curry, I didn't catch that.
Uh, Erin was saying something about putting Chatsey in, what is that, Chatsey High School or Chatsey? I can't even see it. Where is it at?
That is just north of 1 in that little, nope, to the right, Kent. Over more towards 9. Right there.
I can't even see 9. Oh, that's Chatsey Condom. I'm not familiar with that area hardly. That's over near Corktown. I don't know. What you think, Anthony?
I think that is more so with the downriver communities. But it's connected to 1, it's connected to 4. If you need the population on 1, you can give it a shot and go from there.
I know, but see, Dearborn to me is downriver. So, it's not too far from downriver.
So we want to put this Chadsey, Codone, and Condon in which district? 9?
I'm stepping back because I just don't see that yet. So let me step back.
That'll still leave us 3,000 shy in 9. So even if we did
We'll
move
find
that,
we'll find a place. We'll find something. It's hard just moving a few,
we'll see. And that's without the whole COI overlay on top. I don't know what I'm messing with and what I'm
Yeah,
not.
that's what I'm saying, because if I could just see what we had at first. I'm just going to step back for a moment. I don't want to confuse it any worse than what it seemed like to me. I'm a little confused on how to do that. Where's Rebecca? Rebecca?
Anybody from the Detroit area that would have any.
So let me try to help you out. What exactly is the goal here? Like, what are you just trying to normalize the population, or
We're trying to normalize
community goal?
the population while keeping COIs intact.
Yeah.
Without messing with, boundary lines and precincts as much as possible. So.
And I think the only way we could really do it is to keep Dearborn almost exclusive for Dearborn because of the language barrier. But I'm not even, some of these places I haven't heard of. They've been just newly named or what? But,
Well, and the other concern is, since that whole curve there, Anthony, is the city of Dearborn, does that make any kind of sense to include them in one? Or does that give them more political power in that area?
Well, if you look at the other drafts that we have, if you take Melvindale out of District 3, which in what y'all have done on this turn is you change District 2 and 3, and you remove Melvindale from 3 and you put it into 2. In our other drafts that we have where we also do that, we put all of Dearborn, like that part of Dearborn that is now in 1, and what y'all are doing, you put that in 3, and then you put the parts of Detroit into 4 and reorganize from there. But
did?
I'll just point out, we do have drafts already that do that.
Okay.
So it just depends if y'all want to do that to this draft, or, you know, if that's what y'all are doing, then you can do it. But you could also move that neighborhood that's highlighted right now and put it into 9, because 9 also needs population and you're high on 1.
Correct.
Or another possible way to do
Yeah,
it
that's too many possibilities.
would be to start at 8, because 8 is low, go from 8 into 9 and then 9 into 1, and that could also work.
Well, let's go ahead and try that.
Commissioner Zell has her hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm sorry, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my computer set up where I'm at. But in general, it's my belief that Dearborn has about 110,000 people in it. There's no need to split it to make a new district. And I think the more you split it, the more you're fracturing that community of interest.
Which we do not want to do.
So I would just try to keep Dearborn as whole as possible, would be my suggestion, and then combine it with Dearborn Heights, which is another part of that Arab community of interest. And between those two communities, you have pretty close to a full district, or 2 full districts, I should say. But when you start, when you start pulling out parts of Dearborn to put into Detroit,
yeah, we don't want to do that.
No, we don't want to do.
You're
We don't want to
fracturing.
do that at all.
Let's remember to talk.
Dearborn as whole as possible.
Yes.
And Detroit as whole as possible. Jeez. Was that you, Donna, speaking?
What did you say, Commissioner Curry?
Was that Donna speaking?
No.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to step back for a while.
There's this call line.
So Commissioner Wagner, I don't see you. Are you there? Now I see you, but I don't hear you. It's still your turn. I'm just wondering at this point, we have had a few days of mapping. We've come up with some maps that are either filled in or mostly filled in. I wonder if we want to have a conversation about different types of maps that we want to create and put out there. Just an idea.
I'm good as long as we reunite Dearborn. I don't think we need to mess with Dearborn at all, but.
And we also need to kind of keep Detroit as whole as it can possibly get. So we don't, they're the ones that's suing us. So
exactly,
we got to keep Detroit just as whole as Dearborn or any other place. So
Commissioner Callahan.
I think we have 3, maybe 4 maps at this point that have been completely filled out and are balanced from a population perspective. I would really be interested in taking those maps and critiquing them or evaluating them and getting everyone's input on the commission as to how closely we have achieved the rest of the criteria. So I mean, to look at each map and say, okay, none of them are going to be perfect, but on this map where we have done very well with a particular community of interest and where we may have fallen short. And let's just get a list and a clear understanding for each one of those maps of what its strengths and weaknesses are. And then we can see, perhaps after doing that, if we want to pick one and try to improve it further, or if we have one that we think is good that we can set aside. That's my suggestion.
Pretty good suggestion.
Commissioner Zatella.
Sorry, I needed to unmute there. So I think historically at this point, we haven't narrowed it down to one map because remember, we still need to have a public hearing from Detroit. And so in the past, we've just advanced many maps. But what we haven't done yet is we haven't run any partisan fairness at all. And we haven't, I think also looking at the communities of interest, as you just suggested, is a good idea as well. But my other big kind of question is, how are we handling a VRA analysis at this point? And I'm not really sure we have that process hammered out because it's not the process we followed in the past where it's been done real time. So that's another point of potential evaluation that I think needs to happen as well.
I agree.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lett.
We've had several questions regarding the partisan fairness, and we have currently scheduled Lisa Headley coming in tomorrow to go over the updated partisan fairness process with us. So I would move that we put off any discussion of partisan fairness until after Lisa Headley has presented that to us, and then we will be able to use it with updated information.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to put off running partisan fairness numbers until after Lisa presents to us tomorrow morning. All in favor of that motion, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. It is still Aaron Wagner's turn. Rebecca, your hand is up. Is it still up or up again?
I'm not showing it's up on my end. Are you seeing it as being up?
Yes.
Let me try. Did that take it down?
Now it's down.
Okay.
So it's Commissioner Wagner's turn.
So we're reuniting Dearborn with 3, correct? The city? Because we don't want to mess them up.
Commissioner Wagner, the highlighted area is in Dearborn and is currently into 4. Do you want to put those in 3?
Anthony, what would you suggest at this point? I know Rebecca just mentioned something.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would suggest putting that in 3 if you're going to remove Melvindale from 3.
Right.
And then fixing the rest of it like how it is on a couple of the other drafts.
Let's go ahead and do that then, please.
So at this point, District 3 is approximately 28,000 people high, which is 30% over. You need to remove 28,000 approximately people. Well, District 4, that can't be right. Just a moment. I'm sorry, that is correct. So District 1 now needs 16,000, while District 3 needs to give away 28,000.
Which makes no sense. So. And what is that whole block underneath your cursor there? That 2862, is that Melvindale? I can't recall.
That piece of District 3, Franklin Park,
No,
is...
I'm sorry, Ken. Just to the left of Spring Wells on from 1, that whole part right there, 2862 and 2211, which
Isn't
isn't that Melvindale? Herbs.
that's
Melvindale is south of there. This is Melvindale.
Okay, gotcha.
So this is part of Dearborn it's inside of Dearborn.
Okay. And far west Detroit, that too is part of Dearborn, to the left of Warrendale, so to the left of your cursor.
These the neighborhoods that are in black are Detroit neighborhood, far west Detroit, part of West Outer Drive, Rouge Park, Warrendale, Warren, Franklin Park are all Detroit neighborhoods.
Okay. All right, help out, folks. And 15 is sitting at what population down there too? I can't see it.
Dearborn. It's part of Dearborn.
Okay. Anthony, Juanita,
Well,
Rebecca.
that 15 is part of Dearborn, Aaron.
Okay.
And,
Dearborn Heights and
yeah,
Dearborn.
it's part of Dearborn, so I thought we were trying to keep Dearborn all together, and then make Melvindale maybe possibly Allen Park or Allen Park, Melvindale,
are part of
Lincoln
Dearborn.
Park can all kind of be together.
Commissioner Zatella's hand is up.
So Aaron, are you looking for specific feedback on Dearborn? Is that what the question is?
I want to keep all of the Arab American community together, but we need to totally work the population in for all this other stuff too. But we also have to respect Detroit neighborhoods.
Right.
Aaron, portions of Melvindale, portions of Lincoln Park, and portions of what's the other one? They all have some Arabic in it.
Exactly.
It's not a lot, but they have some in it.
But I had noticed on the YouTube comments and everything, I believe they had said Melvindale and Allen Park were part of their school district, if I'm not mistaken. Rebecca, your hand is still up.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, you are correct on that, Aaron.
Yeah.
That was request.
That's correct. Yeah.
So we want to keep their school districts together. We don't want to mess with that. So anybody with good ideas, I am.
See, a lot of Dearborn people go to this new big what is that, Anthony? The new school down there by what's the name of it, Anthony? The new high school they built down there by near the hill.
Rebecca, you have your hand up again.
Yeah. So again, I would just go, if you're trying to keep Dearborn whole, those neighborhoods that are currently highlighted, those are Detroit neighborhoods. They're not Dearborn.
Okay.
I would find someplace else to put them. I don't know where, because I'm looking at this little map. And then I would readjust the border between Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, because the way that it is you're just kind of hacking away at the west side of Dearborn Heights and not thinking about cohesive neighborhood identities. And south of Michigan Avenue is very different neighborhood wise than north of Michigan Avenue. And so I would try to keep those parts of Dearborn together and then take the southern parts of Michigan Avenue in Dearborn and put that into Dearborn Heights. And then you're going to have to grab a few precincts from Detroit on the northern border as well, along that Warren area where, the COI extends into there. So that was actually what we did in the last map. It was map 292. And people have commented on that and said that's the right way to draw Dearborn. So
let's go ahead and make sure we draw Dearborn right and that we draw Detroit right.
Yeah, if you get Detroit and Dearborn together, you'll be halfway there.
So do we want to move those highlighted into 4, correct, just for now, Rebecca?
I would, yes.
Okay. Sorry, Kent, we're giving you a workout today. Build those muscles.
It's
Lift
fine.
that mouse. Lift that mouse.
So now 3 needs approximately 12,000.
Okay. We're working our way that way. You have a lot of reverb too, Kent. So Rebecca and Juanita, you want to let's do what you were just saying, Rebecca.
So if you take the western edge of Dearborn, put that back into Dearborn. So you see that, remember I talked about that little strip, Kent, along Dearborn Heights at the western edge?
Mm-hmm.
You see the blue line along there. That diagonal line is Michigan Avenue. So go north of that. So yes, that whole area there, put that back into Dearborn. And you can go all the way over to that blue line because that's the border between Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. I wouldn't go that far down because you're crossing Michigan Avenue. Okay, so put that into Dearborn. And what is Dearborn at population-wise?
District 3 needs to come down 5.4% or 4,984 people.
So I would go down to the kind of, right where you are, a little south of there, those precincts right along there, where it's like, looks like 1196, 1197. I would look at those 2 precincts farther north, right there. Yep. Just next to the 15. So just to the east of the letter, the district number 15, where there's that little hook coming off, select those 2 precincts.
The area highlighted is 7,500 people.
Yeah, I don't want you to grab the precincts that are abutting Michigan Avenue. I want you to just grab the ones that are a little farther south.
So 1196 and 1197, Kent, right to the right of what you had just highlighted.
Yep.
Okay,
So,
there's a lot. I'm getting
right
a lot.
above 2171 and 3108. Up from there.
Up, yep, up from there.
To your right from there. It's like we're playing hot potato. You're getting closer.
Yeah.
Nope.
So keep going right, to the right, where your mouse is to the right. Down, down. Clear all that out.
Is that it?
Nope.
No.
It's just to the bottom of that. It looks like a dinosaur eating something.
Yeah. There's a precinct that's 1196 and another one that's 1197. Those are the 2 we're trying to get you to grab. Just to the right of that, what you just selected.
That one and the one right next to it.
Yeah, put those into 15. All right, so now 3 is still a little high, so grab one more precinct from there and put it into 15.
Do you want the 2109 or the 1244?
Go back to my numbers here. I would do the 2109. Okay. And then 15 is now going to be too low. And so we need to grab north of Dearborn, those precincts that are along Warren. So they're in the Warrendale neighborhood. Yep, right there. Grab those. So those bottom three, yep. And how much population is that? So a little,
8,400.
yep, so grab the two to the right of there.
These two.
Yep. All right, that looks good for both Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. So I fixed that problem for you, Aaron. I can't help you with the rest. Sorry.
Thanks. Well, I'm good for that. I mean, we've got more population to fix, but somebody else can take a swap at it.
Okay, so our next commissioner to draw is Commissioner Andrada.
I would like to propose that whoever wants to finish this map, I don't want to pass because I'm going to start a whole new map, but if someone wants to finish this map, please jump in if we can do that.
Sure, is there anyone that wants to work on this map? I don't see anyone. So we can simply save this map, and if somebody wants to pick it up later, they can.
Okay.
But Kent, can you tell us what it is named?
Plan that was just edited is 012224_V1.
Okay, so what I would like to do is have a brand new map with only the districts that the court has said we needed to change, changed, with the other ones locked, knowing that we might have to change like 4 and 9 and some of the other ones, but to start out with, have them locked.
Okay, so we will, I need to bring in what is called the Hickory Plan. So I'm going to bring in the Hickory plan, and then we'll delete the districts. 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14.
Not 9. 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14.
So here we have the districts the court found illegal, completely erased. At this point, do you want to lock any of these districts or just start with what we have?
I guess to make it nice and neat, we'll start with one with that downriver area.
Okay, did I hear you say you're going to start with 1 in this area?
Yes.
I just want to quickly point out the way this map is named, it's not following our convention, and given how much difficulty we have with that, I think it's a typo, so you might want to correct that before we lose it. Should be 012224.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Okay, so I just took the township of River Rouge and made it District 1. At this point, where do we want to go? Turn on the neighborhood boundaries?
Yeah. And then you can use Boynton, Oakwood Heights, Carbon Works, Delray, Spring Wells, Central Southwest, all the way up to Corktown, I believe.
So right now, yeah, District 1.
Yes, keep going up Delray, Central Southwest. I believe that's the rest of Spring Wells. And Central Southwest.
Commissioner?
Go ahead.
That seemed like what I was doing at first with Aaron a few minutes ago. Same thing, but that's good.
Yeah, I think it is very similar, but I was getting myself confused with so many maps.
Keep doing it. That's the way I was going when I was with Aaron.
So at this point, do we want to go West Side Industrial, Hubbard, Mexican Town, Hubbard Farms?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I would take Corktown off of there for now.
Kent, 9 was supposed to be locked, but I think it changed.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, I'll get it back. Well, none of them are locked right now. Did she say lock them all, or?
Yeah, I just wanted the ones that were impacted by the court decision. So 9 is locked and 4 is locked.
Okay, Commissioner, right now, 1 is about halfway. It still needs 48,000.
Okay, if you could add the rest of Central Southwest, and I think I might have you add Corktown as well. Yeah, you can add North Corktown in there as well, and then zoom out a little bit.
Did include North Corktown?
Yes, please. And then add in, yeah, that Martin, that little corner. And Claytown, and Chadsey, Condon.
Okay, Commissioner, is Condon next?
Yes.
Okay, as it is now, part of Midwest is in 4.
So put Core City. Can you zoom out a little bit, please? Yeah, put Midwest in with 1.
Is District 4 locked?
Yes.
Unless anybody has a reason not to do it when we go downtown, that little curve between 9.
Commissioner Curry, did you have your hand up and want to say something?
I like, who's that, Donna?
Elaine.
Elaine, I like how Elaine is drawing that. I probably would have went more to the right to.
Like to the Woodward, like split the downtown that it hasn't been assigned. I think that's Woodward. Is that Woodward?
This is, I think this.
Am I being directed to assign this area here to 1?
That is correct.
Do we want to include Greektown?
I'm not seeing the numbers on that without Greektown. Yeah, and then include the rest of that, like, kind of a rectangle from Greektown and the pie shape above and down to the river.
I would suggest going, if you want to leave that, that's okay, but I would also suggest possibly going more northeast into like the Goldberg, Ostego area. You could also perhaps loop around the parts of District 9 that are above it.
Into Midtown? What were you saying?
What I was going for is trying to not unlock it at the beginning and then go and.
No, I'm not saying to unlock it, keep it locked.
And
go
then
around it.
maybe I can leave it off with not hitting the right population. I was thinking of throwing Woodbridge in number 1. How do you feel about that, Commissioner Hyde?
That could work. I mean, you could unassign the downtown Greektown area and do that whole area above District 9, like the Woodbridge Cultural Center, Medical Center, Wayne State area.
Okay, I guess now you can unlock 9. We'll take number 1 up through,
Okay, what is that? Did I hear you say take this area
yes.
and put in 1?
And put it in 1, and we might undo what I just had you do with the Greektown, but yeah, go up. Downtown, Midtown, that's part of Wayne State, but mostly, right there. Yeah, that's Wayne State, but it's, I'm sorry, my arms aren't long enough to both point out the map and keep my speaker on.
Wait, did you ask him to unlock 9 now?
Yes, I did ask him to unlock 9. It had to happen sooner or later. I guess I was hoping it would be later.
You want the highlighted area put into 1, correct?
That's correct. And then you can put Woodbridge in that. Take off the downtown, the Greektown area that I made you add in there after you're done.
Okay, the Greek town you do not want in 1,
That's correct.
as well as you don't want the downtown in 1, correct?
Right.
Okay, Brush Park, do you want that in 9 or 1 at this point?
I'd like that in 1.
Medical center is currently split, is half of medical centers in 9. Where do you would like that?
I would put the medical center in with 1.
In 1?
Yes. And then if we can zoom out a little bit so I can see like the Midwest, that area over there.
Is that the view?
Yes. I'd like to work on the corners of the Midwest section.
Excuse me? Did you say put this into 1?
No, we need to lose some population. A little bit of that can go into 4, and I know I told you to keep 4 locked, but if we could unlock 4 now.
Okay, 4 is unlocked.
Okay, starting from the Barton McFarland, go into the Midwest neighborhood just a little bit.
So put part of Midwest into 4?
Yes, please.
More or less?
Just a little bit more. That little section, yeah, I think we could still put a few in 4.
I'm going to highlight this area and you tell me if that's what you want.
Yep, that's the area. So if you could zoom out just a little bit. I'd like to see 9 down towards the bottom because we lost some of 9. So to 9, if you could add in the Lafayette Park, Elmwood Park, rest of what looks like McDougal Hunt.
Rivertown or not?
Not Rivertown just yet.
That area has 12,000 people, so you're going to be over, 5,000 plus. And I got the wrong number, so just a second.
Can you zoom out a little bit more? Okay, I'd like to start a new district. Everything between 1, 9, and 4 at the bottom there, I believe that can go into 8. And then we can keep going up the rest of Boston Edison, Arden Park, North End.
Narden Park, Dexter, Linwood. Remainder of North End, Gateway, Arden Park.
Yeah, those should go in 8.
Do we want Dexter, Linwood? Is that going in 8 or remaining in 4?
If anyone has anything that they've
I think they
heard.
should go together.
What was that?
I think they belong close together.
Are you saying Dexter and Linwood should remain with 4, or they could go in 8?
Where's 8 at? Oh, okay, I see it. It should remain probably a 4.
Keep it in
Well,
4?
no, let's see. They can remain in 4.
That area remains in 4. Is that what I'm hearing?
Okay, then take Highland Park, keep going north with 8, and around to Oakman Boulevard, Russell Woods.
So put Highland Park into 8.
Yes.
This Oakman, Russell Woods, Littlefield, all this into 8 as well.
Yes. That looks like Highland Park went into 4. Highland Park needs to be 8.
I'll get it. I just, part of Dexter got moved as well. Okay, this area south of Russell Woods and north of Narden Park. Do you want that in 4 or 8?
Put it in 8.
I think this area right here is part of Narden Park. This Narden Park right now is split between 4 and 8.
Okay, well, you can put it in Narden Park. Is the section just to the west of Narden Park at the south, is that also Narden Park?
This is Narden, yeah, this is Narden Park.
On the other side of that black line, that.
I'm not sure what this is. Oh, no, this is Oakman Boulevard that wraps all the way around.
Yeah, so the Oakman should come all the way down and be 8.
As well as Littlefield and Davidson, Northwest.
Yep, you can take 8 all the way over to fill in those areas that are unassigned. And then we can keep going north, Chelafonte, Dexter, Benkel, Pilgrim Village. Those should be an 8. And then we can put University District, Sherwood Forest, Palmer Woods, Green Acres, and Garden Home together.
All that area and Garden Homes.
Yes.
where we want to go from here.
To the I think if you could put Grigsdale Farms and Greenfield Park in with 8.
Commissioner Andrada, it'll still be your turn when we take up mapping again, but right now it's time that we need to move on to finish up our meeting here, and then after dinner we'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an executive director report today. So without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to provide his report. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Orton. At this time, I'm going to bring on Nate Fink, our local counsel, to talk about our mapping process and procedures. We sent out a revised process, and I'm sure either I or he will share the screen so that you can see those as they are being discussed. So if it's okay, Madam Chairperson, we'd like to invite Mr. Fink to present.
Go ahead, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you. I know you're right at the end here of this session before the break, but we had presented recommended changes to the Commission's mapping procedures. The mapping procedures that were and still are in place had been adopted back in 2021. And obviously the task at hand is different than it was back then to an extent, in that you're obviously focused on just the House right now and just certain districts in light of the court's decision in the AG case. We had made some suggested revisions last week. Commissioners asked if we could circulate those. We did. We've made a couple of additional revisions over the weekend, and those were shared. I can share my screen right now. Or Edward, if you'd like to share, if you already have it up, that's fine too. I can't, if Edward was speaking, I can't hear. Is he going to share his?
Sure, just give me a second.
That's fine, thank you. If you could share, the red line version that I sent yesterday, that would probably be the easiest and the most helpful.
Ms.
I
Reinhardt,
have
can
it.
you share with me the link for today?
You know, I do have it, so I can go ahead and share it if that would be easier, Edward.
Please.
No problem. Okay, can you all see it should be the PDF that I have open here?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is, as I mentioned, this is a redlined version of the mapping processes and procedures. It doesn't show all of the changes from the 2021 version. It shows changes from the draft that I sent around last week. But again, the primary purpose of the changes are to remove references to the commission's consultation with the VRA and RPV consultants through the mapping process, because of the court's ruling in the AG case that the commission should not be considering race during its line drawing process. We think that it makes sense to just remove those references from the mapping process and procedures. Obviously, through your process, through your mapping that you commenced last week and are continuing this week, you have been heeding that instruction from the court, but we think it makes sense to formalize that in the document. I'll just scroll down this as I go through page by page. This is just updating page numbers on this first page. These are just some terms and definitions that were from the prior document. This page here, page 3, is the same. This just lists the constitutional mapping criteria that are directly out of the Constitution. This page here, we added a provision. This just lists a description. This was already here. This box here with the orange headings was already in the document. It just describes the different number of Senate districts, the ideal district size for each for state Senate, state House, and congressional, and provides that information. We're not suggesting any change to that. We have suggested some additional language that's right here in blue line. I just highlighted it. This is basically a summation of the sort of procedural posture of where we are, and notes that the commission had adopted maps for the state Senate, state House, and congressional in 2021, and then in the recent decision from the court, the district court in the AG case, the court held that certain state House districts were unconstitutional. 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14. Those are all laid out here. We make a reference to the fact that the commission has appealed that decision to the Supreme Court. And unless the Supreme Court enters a stay, the commission will proceed with redrawing those districts that I just mentioned. And the court has instructed the commission to first address the House districts, which we note here, and the commission will then address the state Senate districts after the court issues a scheduling order for that procedure. So this is just a summation of what I just described. We think it makes sense to include that in the mapping procedures. So then I'll scroll down here. This is just a link here to the mapping sessions, the 2024 mapping sessions. The prior document from 2021 had a chart that had the various dates, which obviously no longer apply. Then if you look at page 6, this is the guidance for, or suggested guidance for how to prepare for a scheduled mapping session. And the only revisions here, or substantive revisions, are really in blue, but from the red line. And we suggest that the commission include this provision, which would say to review the constitutional ranked criteria for redistricting. We've added this provision, which says Although compliance with the VRA and other federal laws is mandated as part of the first constitutional ranked criterion, commissioners shall not consider race as a factor in any of their mapping decisions. After draft plans have been prepared and prior to any vote on approval of such plans, the commission's retained experts and VRA counsel will analyze the draft plans for compliance with the VRA. Now, that's already what the commission has already voted to follow that procedure before the commission started its mapping, this current round of mapping. The commission voted on that and decided to do that. This will just implement that and incorporate that into the mapping procedure. This was just a fixing a typo here in this section 2. And then in the mapping session procedure, we have included an additional provision here, recommended provision in this note under the announced mapping area section. Currently reads that regional lines serve as guidelines for initial mapping sessions, and the commission is not required to map strictly within regional lines. A draft district may extend across regional lines. And then we've added this provision, which again came from the court's order, which says, however, the district court in the AG matter ordered the commission to, and then we're quoting from the court's order, submit to the court and make available on its own website newly drawn district plans for Michigan House District 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14, and for any other districts as reasonably necessary to cure the unconstitutional racial gerrymanders no later than February 2nd, 2024. And emphasis added, we added bolding to the as reasonably necessary language. And then I see Commissioner Satella, I see her hand is up. I'm almost done with my presentation, or I can answer a question if you have it now, whatever your preference is.
Either is fine, whichever you'd prefer.
I'm almost done. I'll just finish this off, and it's
Okay.
really just kind of repeating what's above, so it may relate to whatever your question is. So, this language here under 2A, this is noting the fact that all of the districts, and it's really just sort of a clarifying point, because the previous language noted or acknowledged densely populated areas versus less densely populated areas, various barriers and the like. But in light of the fact that you're focused on a specific region pursuant to the court's order, we included suggested language that says that the districts at issue in the redrawing process are within the Southeast Michigan region. Therefore, all drawings should begin and proceed within that area. And then finally, we have a recommended change, which is similar to the one above in the sort of preparation section of the VRA, which is under, I guess it's B, Roman numeral 2(1)(a), ranked criteria, considerations when drawing or adjusting lines, ranked criteria from the Constitution. And then we recommend including this language that says, as noted above, although compliance with the VRA and other federal laws is mandated as part of the constitutional rank criteria, commissioners shall not consider race as a factor in any of their mapping decisions. So, and then it continues on, which is just the same language from above. And then the remainder of the document, we don't have any additional red lines. So this is all language that was in the original document that had been adopted back in 2021. Okay, all right, sorry. So go ahead, Commissioner Satella. I'm ready to hear your question.
Yeah, I was just concerned in that very first big paragraph that you added underneath the chart about where you're describing AG and kind of the procedure there. There's a sentence that says that should the court not grant a stay, then the commission is going to redraw maps. But we are currently drawing maps. So I just would like that corrected to reflect that we are currently redrawing maps or something to that effect, because it's not really accurate the way it's described. It's not like we're waiting to hear and then we're going to start drawing. We're drawing right now.
Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. So it says unless I don't know if I know you're not on screen. Can you see the document right here that I'm looking? I don't know if you're able to see what we're looking at, but I can just read it to you. Okay. So
I actually pulled it up on my email, but hold on, let me.
Okay. Well, I think I know which sentence it is. So and I know the paragraph you're talking about. So it says, it currently reads, unless the Supreme Court enters a stay, the commission will proceed with redrawing the above referenced districts. And so I think what you're suggesting is to clarify, and I can tweak it to make it clear that you are mapping and you will continue mapping until, unless and until the court enters a stay, something like that. Just to make it clear that you're already mapping.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm referencing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'll tighten up that language and then send around a proposed. Well, I guess ideally, I would recommend that the commission take this up right now with the caveat that we will change that to reflect what Commissioner Zatello just recommended, just that sentence. And with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Otherwise, I'll stop sharing and.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Fink?
I move that we adopt these rules of procedure with the caveat to clarify what Commissioner Zatello was speaking about.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Sorry to jump in. Commissioner Lang's hand is up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you
Go
saw
ahead.
it. I don't know what you all see from within the room. I'm just looking at the Hollywood squares here, so I can see it pretty clearly.
Commissioner Lang.
I'm just going to say, I'm not going to vote yes on anything. If there's going to be changes in the writing, I want to see the changes before I vote.
Any other? Okay, seeing none, we will take a vote. All in favor of adopting this document with the changes as noted, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
No, nay.
No, nay.
Okay, the ayes have it and the document is adopted. Mr. Woods, do you have anything else for your report?
No, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, then, are there any announcements from any commissioners before we adjourn for the dinner recess? Okay, then we will we will adjourn. If I can have a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, or is there any discussion? No discussion. Okay. All in favor of adjourning the meeting until 6 p.m. this evening, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we will be adjourned until 6 p.m.